Hello, hello, beautiful people of the internet. Hello, not delusional, the Chaucer, the fellow 02150, Falsers, Roxanne, it's me, Ruben6F, Broad Metalluck 2, Seabreeze, Stropes 616, Ball and Stalin, Mana, Salty Cheese Biscuit, Something Toad, Fulio, Furious Sheep, Bilgon Crash. Hello, hello. The run continues. The first champions march ever forward. Our short-term objective, which we should keep in the front of our mind, remains the same. Don't die. Dr. Mombus, hello, hello. Ura Jimiru 92, also hello, hello. The team's looking pretty good. We are getting pretty close to level 11. It will probably happen on this stream, considering we're like on the cusp of level 10. Like almost as close as you can get. And so, you know, the team's going to be reaching their final levels and we're going to be finalizing some builds. Isn't the short-term goal finding Brothers Ballin? Actually, who is next on the queue? It is No Man 1220. So, how did the canoeing go? Actually, I didn't, it was set to maybe rain, even though it's still not raining. So we postponed the canoeing. Actually, we're going to go kayaking, not canoeing. And I played frisbee golf instead, which is fun. That's why I asked if that's even a thing in Europe. I don't think it is. At least, apparently, according to Fulio, it is a thing in Finland. I knew I liked the Finns. The Finns are good. The Finns are good people. But anyway, it is in Norway. Good. Oh, so the Nordic countries, you know what's up. Frisbee golf's fun. Anyway, that's what I did this morning. So the team's looking pretty good. We are growing in our strength, and you know, I think the short-term objectives, other than don't die, are to do our best to become tools positive. We do have the scavenger, the little battlefield nerd, grabbing little scraps of armor for us, making tools. You love to see it. So he's going to be helping get us tools positive. So we're going to try to get tools positive. We want to try to find some reavers to fight, both for their big chunky two-handed weapons, but almost more than that for their heavy throwing weapons. And we also need to make another trip to the south to try to get a whip for our whipping boy, Misha Twitcher, who still somehow doesn't have one. We have fought plenty of whips and they just didn't drop. Anyway, so last we left off, we were heading north here. I think we can keep on that trajectory for the moment. We can do that. We're going to be looking for another mercenary company to defeat. We're going to keep trying to, you know, take nice clean fights, do our best to get tools positive, find a mercenary company, go north, find some barbarians, etc., etc. So, frisbee golf isn't a thing in Russia, but dodgeball is in school. Yeah, I also played dodgeball in school. That's like a classic, like American high school / middle school game. All right, let's fight some briggies here. Yeah, heavy jabs are so stupidly good that once you have a thrower with them, when you don't have some, you do feel it. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, the Butcher. I think they should charge us. No, maybe not. Maybe we'll need to move our range defense battery forward, as we have so often done. You can still remember the taste of the ball, and yes, it did hurt. Yeah, same, Roxanne, it's me. And also, like, it's one of those games where you're highly incentivized to throw the ball really hard. And there was always a mix between, like, trying to be competitive and then, like, I'm kind of a softie. So if there was someone who obviously didn't want to be there, I didn't want to throw the ball so hard and just like nail him. So I'd like, I don't know. It's a weird game. Yeah, we also played it. I also played it in middle school some. We call him a nice set of armor. Nah, I don't know. This armor's not really that good. The leather lamellar is kind of meh. It's not very exciting. It filters the nice people, the softies and the psychos, right? Yeah. I don't know. I feel like I'm like not quite any of those. Like I enjoyed the competitive nature of playing the game, but also like I didn't want to hurt people, so I just didn't really enjoy it. I don't know. I was always more of a mathlete than an athlete. You're both not neither? Okay, maybe that's probably more accurate. I think you kind of have to be a little bit of a psycho to enjoy Battle Brothers. Just a little. You can have something just a little bit wrong with you to really enjoy this game. The word you're looking for is masochist? Basically. Alright, I think I'm gonna keep just shield walling. They really can't do much damage to us with a nice shield wall line. Maybe that's not the play, but it's what I'm doing. No one in computer science is fully fine. Probably true. Though technically I ended up with an engineering degree. Yeah, I don't know. I guess maybe they're eking out enough damage. I should maybe have moved forward more aggressively. Nice shot there by Falzers. Yeah, I think it's time to push forward. Ooh, that was a good one. Warbow's doing work, I will say that. Wait there for a moment. You don't think it's limited to computer science since a lot of STEM fields suffer? Probably true. Alright, I guess we could rotate Misha Twitcher in right here. Give him the opportunity to do one of these decapitates. And I guess the play will be simply shield wall forward since we don't get an attack. Good boy, George. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. So the one thing I do want in the Butcher's setup is actually his face armor. I won't call it a helmet, because, you know, it covers the face. How many famed items do we have? Not that many, actually. Last stream, we did not collect very many shinies. There we go. Quaff with the face mask is aesthetically pleasing. Well, it's not only aesthetically pleasing, but it's a -4. It's the best -4 fatigue armor that we'll have access to. Other than, like, famed gear, of course. So. Tomorrow you're having a meeting with some colleagues and a school administrators, and you're going to try to convince them that it's a good idea to teach a bunch of students that are going into web/Python need to have basic understanding of assembly and how memory works. Wish you luck? Well, good luck, Mana. Honestly, a lot of the sort of foundational stuff that helped me the most in actual, like, real world code of, like, how do I describe this without outing the details too specifically? Anyway, there's real world code out there that if you've ever had medical imaging done, that during a, well, my code has maybe touched your life. And it was from learning foundational stuff of, like, understanding hashing functions and mapping to specific values and being able to retrieve those, and the importance of, like, constant time computing that was all built on the foundations of, like, understanding memory and computer stuff at its most basic core level, that it's really important. I don't know. Like, tell them that the run commands a basic understanding of assembly and memory. If they respond with heresy, initiate a spear wall at the exit door. Smart. We did not consent to Slurgy's code touching us. Well, uh-oh. No guarantee, but there's like a reasonable chance. But it would be a very small contribution. It would be like, anyway. Is Falster's coming in with the runomicon today? Not today. Not yet. I assume maybe he'll bless us with an entry. We'll see. You were taught Fortran with the logic that if you can learn one language, you can learn any of them. I mean, that's probably kind of true. Okay, so Falsters, how do I want to finish this build, and what levels do I want to take? We're definitely taking Duelist. We've mostly been making use of the Warbow. What is Sir Slurgy drinking? Oh, coffee, iced coffee. I'm gonna grab Duelist. We're gonna be getting most of our damage out of the throwing weapons eventually. And I think we like the fatigue. I think we want to level up like this. I think I like that. Nice quaff. What kind of weapon would you give a brute drunk man hunter with 3 stars melee attack? That depends on way too many other factors to give a good answer. That stuff is tough because the 70s C/Unix model of assembly/memory management is still what is widely understood and taught today, and it just isn't true with modern CPU architectures and OSs. Is that not true? No gifted? Well, gifted is less exciting on Offensive Brothers. I will say, when I compiled the list of perks after my Winstreak series, I think Gifted was literally the #1 perk in my final squads that beat Monolith over every single run. It was even higher proportionally than, like, Colossus or 9 Lives or Pathfinder, if I recall correctly. Why don't you take Taunt on a tank? Because it's unnecessary. You just put the tank out in a position where they'll grab attention. You don't need Taunt. It's not not true, but you can get into trouble if you take the C-style abstract virtual machine too literally. I mean, sure, you have to understand that, you know, I mean, fair enough. Modern CPU microcode and stuff like branch prediction is very rarely properly understood. Fair enough. I don't really understand it, so. I've never been steeped in that world, so that's fair enough. That's fair enough. But yeah, I think the final perk here will probably end up just being fearsome. I think that'll give us more value than gifted. This brother's actually got pretty okay range skill. These other throwers are probably going to have to grab gifted though, so that'll be the big differentiating factor. Falsers is going to be more effective with the range skill of 80 compared to these that are going to end up with, well, a lot lower. Especially if they only roll +2s, which is sad, but is what it is. You're having trouble understanding how to build bros? Any videos you'd recommend to watch? I mean, I hear there's a guy named Slurgy who's been, you know, holding a carrot in front of his viewers saying he's going to put out some build guide videos. Maybe wait for those. And wow, you thought 80 at level 10? Oh yeah, I mean, these are our starting brothers. We can't enter towns. It's a no-loss run. We are running with low stats. So if I can do this and beat every single fight in the game, and including the legendary locations, not enter a town with some of the worst brothers you've ever seen, if you run into problems, you know it's a skill issue. That's just the way it is. Let this motivate you, I guess. I might grab Resolve here, even though this brother has Determined. 39 is still a little bit low. Yeah. And on this brother, I think I'll grab Killing Frenzy. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe we don't even bother with that. Maybe we grab, like, Gifted and Fearsome instead of Killing Frenzy. That might actually be more relevant. Seems every successful player has their own unique style. Before Slurgy, you considered spears a useless weapon past day 30? Definitely. Lots of people did. Hello, Maximus Muslos. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing too. One of the things that I'm going to say in the opening statement of my first build guide, that is the one concrete thing that I've decided on for sure, is that truly builds aren't that important. Like, specific builds aren't that important. There are many ways to play this game and achieve success. The overarching things that are important when it comes to builds is actually just like managing the balance of your squad and giving units specific roles to accomplish on the battlefield. That's honestly the most important thing. So yeah, I don't know. Like on this brother, I really think I probably do need Gifted. So maybe I just grab it now. 61 is just way too low. The only ways of increasing our hit chance with a ranged weapon are Fast Adaptation and Gifted. It's literally all we have. So I'll grab Gifted. And sure, let's just take more Resolve. Whatever. Can you include what a roster should have in the video? Yeah, that'll be a big part of it, actually. All right, Aesthetic Gabe. This brother's gonna end up one of our kind of goofy, whatever this guy's gonna be. He'll probably end up, we're gonna end up with a decent amount of spare fatigue. No, maybe not that much. But I like the idea, generally speaking, of having the option to use one-handed swords. I think I'll probably end up finishing with Duelist and Quick Hands. We'll grab Quick Hands. We're eventually going to take the shield off, but we'll leave it for now. And he should probably grab the Resolve. Honestly, just Resolve on the frontliners is really low too. Much lower than I'd like. Stats on the squad are low. That's just the way it is. Alright, so we're going to take out this supply caravan. That'll help get us more and more tools positive. So let's swap to some different shields. Yeah, Resolve is a really good stat. Resolve is an incredibly good stat. All right, this is a nice little wimpy group. We'll probably just scoot and shoot until they decide to make contact. Excellent. So we're just gonna back straight up. Maybe we could go up and to the left. Meet them a little more evenly. Or maybe we back straight up here on bottom. Our pole arms let us do stuff like that. Kind of cute. Felt cute, might reap later. Resolve doesn't matter if you just, yeah, if you just don't get hit, true. If you just don't get hit, the game actually becomes really easy. I don't know why anyone gets hit. It's kind of stupid, actually. The game is so much easier if you just don't get hit. So just don't. Problem solved. Like that guy? He made a huge mistake. So any starting advice? Seems like you lose a lot of bros and your lack of tools and meds at the beginning does not help. Maybe just doing follow the track quest and delivery quests. Yeah, those are good. Those are good contracts to do. It's hard to give specific advice if I don't know like where you're struggling specifically. But those contracts are good to take. Honestly, I guess my biggest advice is more like meta advice of playing slowly, carefully, and paying attention to what the enemies are doing. And then just sort of strategizing around that. Did you say that the bros in this run fit your fancy? Now I did? Well, excellent, Der Herrn Schmelzer. They also fit mine. How convenient. What would you say are some cheap early backgrounds to hire, or which ones to stay away from? Brawlers are excellent. Brawlers are excellent. That's a big good one. Brawlers are excellent. Honestly, even just like daytellers, thieves, there's plenty of miners. There's plenty of good early backgrounds. The ones maybe to stay away from would be, at least early on, once you become more experienced with the game, farmhands. Not that they can't be excellent, but the early resolve can cause problems. Backgrounds really aren't that important either, truly. Yeah, the follow the tracks ones are always good. Slurgy missed it. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Sorry, there was a lot of activity in chat. You're right. Falsters has an entry in the runomicon. I almost missed it. Brothers, please join me in song with the battle hymn from the runomicon. Song 28 in The Power of Music. Oh, run, our blade, our breath, our sun. Through steel and blood thy will be done. No glory we seek, nor rest, nor crown, nor trade, nor quest, nor noble town. Brothers forged in battle, Nimble we stand, we fear not the orc, nor goblin, nor man, no beast, no ghost, no cursed one, for all shall bow before the run. Or something like that. Thanks, Falsers. Beautiful. Putting it in song was a bait, but I took it. You love to see it. What a ballad. You know, as soon as I realized that it was, I was putting it to song, I'm like, boy, I maybe should have planned this out a slightly bit more ahead of time. Like, at least read ahead. But I didn't. Ballad Brothers? You may not love to hear it. Maybe not. Okay. Have I ever heard of Eurovision? I sure have not, Akari31. I have not heard of Eurovision. Is that like American Idol but European? Kind of sounds like it. And not that I've really watched American Idol either. Okay. Getting some more tools. You love to see it. That's pretty good. It's its own unique thing? Okay. We'll grab these heater shields. I think we could use those. But otherwise, I don't think there's anything else here we want. What can we leave behind? Oh, I should equip these nearly full quivers. I can probably leave behind some of the two-handed mallets. It's an annual European and some other countries song competition featuring the most kitsch music imaginable. Interesting. No, not familiar. Okay, we used a tiny bit of ammo to fill up those quivers, but it'll be nice to have those as like a backup extra weapon, like ammo storage. You never know. Keep it that way? Okay, all right. Deal. Hello, Squigs. Welcome, welcome. What weapons... So weapons that do armor damage are good versus Ancient Dead? Yes, mostly true. Honestly, it's the ones that do armor penetrating damage are good against Ancient Dead. All right, D and dice. I want fatigue and resolve on this brother. And hit points. Oof. Thank you, Not Delusional, for chronicling the latest entry into the runomicon. So let's see, how do I want to finish this build? I should think about that for a second. Probably... I think this brother, okay. So we actually can get away with heavy armor with this brother with only a little bit of spare fatigue, considering how gentle and easy the stab is. So what I might do is finish the build with Fearsome and then grab Battle Forged. No, definitely not Overwhelm. He's not fast. Like, we're not... Using a dagger and Overwhelm is kind of a... That's bait. That's a trap. Just because you get 3 stacks doesn't mean it becomes good. I don't necessarily hate Overwhelm, but you build a brother around being able to make use of it, and this brother was not. I actually think Overwhelm is best with like the handgun. That's where I think it shines the most. And that's largely because it is a offensive brother that can give stats. The handgun isn't really a finishing weapon. It can apply the debuff to a large group of enemies, etc., etc. There's a lot of reasons why that is good. But in the case of like a dagger, you know, what single enemy being overwhelmed really matters all that much? Not that many. Underdog maybe? No, definitely not underdog. We're going to put this brother in safe positions only. So I think it'll just be fearsome. Fearsome's super good. That's how we're going to win most of the big fights, is by winning the resolve game. And I'm going to grab resolve, not because we grabbed fearsome, but because 42 is just simply a little bit too low. And we're going to finish off this build like we did with so many others by taking an aspirational, we're going to get use of Battleforged eventually. And that's only because, you know, we can't replace brothers, and we're going to be building for some late game powerhouse kind of brothers. We like the perks, but would Crippling Strikes and Executioner work with that dagger? You don't need Crippling Strikes, but Executioner would be good. You don't have to take those two together. They're not like a package deal. It's okay to take one and not the other. And usually the one you want is Executioner. Squigs, thank you for the Prime sub. 5 months of unwavering belief in the run. And hey, I appreciate it. I very much do. Crippling Strikes counter memories intensified. Right. I did track it for a little while. It performed about as poorly as I expected. But it was a good experiment to run. I'm glad I did it. Yeah, the counter hardly ever moved. For those curious what we're talking about, I did in one of my runs of the Winstreak series. Which one was it? I don't remember. It might have been Lone Wolf. It was a later one. I grabbed Crippling Strikes on a brother, and we did the math for each time we caused an injury and looked back to see if Crippling Strikes made a difference. And it was like a Beast Slayers? Okay. And it was a brother that was like a ranged brother. I mean, it was all the pieces that, and we took it early. All the pieces together to try to make it optimal, and the number of times the Crippling Strikes counter went up was very few. Should a Cleaver / Whip Bro be nimble or Battleforged? It has nothing to do with the weapon, so either one is fine. Probably should be nimble though. Most situations. You've been catching up to my Winstreak series on YouTube. Is there a run it's a particular favorite of mine for any reason? I actually really enjoyed the Anatomists run more than I expected. That was one of my favorite campaigns to play through. So that'd be a good one. Lone Wolf was really fun because I got to build a build that I genuinely don't think is a good idea for others to do, but it was thematic for the series to end with a Lone Wolf named Slurgy as a spear bro. And that was really fun. Plus, I gotta have a really fun ending to that one. So brave. Anonymous was sad. We had a couple things in the Anonymous run that were heartbreaking, for sure. Filthy Robot did the same with Fearsome back in the day and concluded Fearsome sucks. I remember... Well, so I don't remember that because I wasn't playing back then, Korax the Cool. But I did see the discussions resulting from it. And two thoughts I have about that. One is that my understanding is his way of counting it was flawed. And two, it's hard for me to really elaborate on how and why Fearsome is so good, except that when you kind of A/B test, when I think of all the times where Fearsome is procced or Fearsome makes a difference, or when I take companies that have more Fearsome, it's just the game is just simply easier in a way that is like something that's purely vibes based, but is just seems indisputably true to me. And it's the one perk that scales the best into the end game. Because the bigger fights get, the more likely they are to be concluded with a big morale cascade. So if that's the win con, getting there faster makes a huge difference. Oh, I should have re-equipped the kite shields for this fight. Because of the marksman. So I think there's definitely builds where, at least for some people, they consider it common knowledge to take Fearsome, when I think it's maybe not necessarily as good as they believe. One example is fatigue neutrals that only attack once per turn, and they're not like an axe, so they'll only ever get one Fearsome proc. I think in those cases it's not so strong. And it is true, you know, that there is an entire type of enemy where Fearsome does nothing. It's just that good. You think there are some things that still aren't well understood by the community? Like how often Build-A-Bro discussions turn around the bro himself rather than on the team. Fearsome feels like a perk that's good on its own, a lot of the bros, but a bit like Overwhelm and Adrenaline. Yeah, so I 100% agree with you, Furious Sheep, that one of my biggest complaints about the way this game is discussed is people who are new to the game want a quick shortcut. And understandably, and this isn't like a critique of them, but they want to go onto like a forum and be like, hey, I want to know how to build a brother. Here's my brother, tell me what to do. And the correct answer, generally speaking, is very rarely a function of that brother. It is, what day count is it? What are your objectives? What do you have available to you? And what's the rest of your team look like? That's almost more important than the brother in question. So like, I think most Build-A-Bro questions, like on Reddit and other places, are really flawed. Gotcha, my Hedge Knight will be a thrower. That's why I said almost, or whatever I said. Not completely. It's not 100% a function of the team and its needs and whatever, but you know what I mean. Duelist, fearsome throwers only, got it? Hey, I mean, it's pretty good. You have to work tomorrow. How should you build a nimble tank with that in mind? It's a good question. So if you have to work tomorrow and you don't want to have the distraction of your ongoing campaign, I think you should build your tank where you only level up melee attack, ranged attack, and initiative. You take crippling strikes, executioner, fast adaptation, gifted, but only stick to those 3 stats. You don't wear a shield. Actually, you don't wear armor either. And then you just throw them at the enemy. You will then go to work the next day completely not distracted by what you should do with that brother. Easy solution. Builds are also fundamentally a function of your skill level. I think just going all in on spears like I do without knowing the positioning and when to spear wall will end in a disaster. I agree. I agree. So yeah, build discussions, there's quite a bit of nuance, and that is a big reason why I have these ideas of a build video and why I really struggle with it, is because I want to, all that kind of stuff I was just talking about, I want to distill that in a way that I think is most useful to new but not brand new players that might be the target audience for that kind of video, and how best to give them that information where they can think independently. Like, I want to teach them how to think about builds and teach those players that builds are a means to an end. They are not your objective. Your objective isn't to make a certain build. You use and make a build to help you play the game in a certain way, to give you options on the battlefield. So that's kind of how I want to approach it, and doing that correctly and doing it in a way that is gonna help give that newer player all the information they need is kind of the thing I'm still struggling with a little bit. There's not a ton of medium skill tutorials. Yeah, agreed. And some of the medium skill tutorials that are out there are bad. Some of them are really bad. Like there are some videos that are just really bad. So, anyway. I love how we decided to take that Jester helmet to the end of the run. I mean, it's like it's got that nice jingle. Longsword and 2 110 helms at full durability. Yeah, I mean, those 110 helms are really inefficient, right? They're the same maximum fatigue as the padded nasal helmets, only they offer less protection. So even these ones that are damaged are better, and I've already got a couple in reserve. So I think it's okay to leave those behind. Maybe I should have grabbed them, but I feel like we're running a little bit low on space and I want to leave a little bit extra. If you make a bunch of bad builds, the game is still easily winnable. I 100% agree with you, Corrects the Cool. I 100% agree with you. All right, so the final 2 perks on the Chaucer are going to be Recover and Lone Wolf. Lone Wolf, excuse me, might end up being more useful first, because when we fight against undead, for example, we can run him forward ahead of the pack. Unfortunately, this being a +2 hurts, but I'm going to take it anyway. Any build should talk about doctrine first. Okay, here's how I... Yeah, and so that's also something Bilgun Crash, is that in the build video, I'm going to say this is the perspective of the builds that I think are good for the same objectives as the Winstreak series, because I think the way I played the game in that series is a fairly standard approach to the game, where you want some speed. You're not trying to play too fast. You're not trying to push the fastest, you know, monolith timings or anything like that. You want to be able to screw around, not play super hardcore, not ultra micromanage, but also like you just want like good tempo, good late game, things like that. So that's how I'm gonna preface all the builds, is that like, here's what's good for that kind of play style. Something being better or worse is going to be just true if your objectives change. Some people want to understand builds and work around them. Some people just want builds with no thinking. Yeah, and if you want builds with no thinking, my video is just not for them. And I'm going to say that. If you don't want to have to think about where you position your brother, ignore my video. Don't watch it. It's not for them. So that's just how it is. Okay, so on Lost Guardian, we've got our Spear Bros here. We're going to be following in the same footsteps as Disco Nick and Boilerplate, where we're going to take Underdog, and then last we're going to finish up with Battleforged. Can't wait for the intro where Slurgy appears in the bag over his head and sacrifices his neighbor to Dov. Cool. Yep. You're less interested in the individual builds and more in team composition. How many spears, how many shields, how many one-handers or two-handers, etc. Yeah, I think that's something I'm going to talk about. And I'm going to break it up loosely into like how many offensive builds and brothers you should have, broadly speaking, defensive brothers, and then the different types and breakdowns of each. So I agree. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I haven't played that many games where builds are strict. So like, for example, again, I know I've gone back to this, not to shit on one game and talk well about another, where I know both are enjoyed and have their merits, but like League of Legends versus Dota 2, League of Legends, there's like a build. You're playing Caitlyn and you build her a certain way in a certain patch and you just always do that. And in Dota 2, that's just simply not true. Most equivalent of an AD carry, the items you build, the order you build them, the things you do are a function of the game, your opponents, your allies, your team's objectives, your timings. You change your build. It is not static. I think those games are generally just better. It's just more interesting. And Battle Brothers is one of those games. Okay, on this level I'm going to grab, I think, the resolve. We want our Spear Bros to have really high resolve. Yeah, Dota 2 is fun. It's a good game. In League, you don't have teammates? I mean, yeah, you don't in Dota either. You've got 9 opponents in both. They have that in common. Okay, so Squigs here. We're definitely taking the resolve even though it's a +2, which is sad. I'm gonna grab the 4 in range defense. And I think we'll grab hit points. This brother, how do we want to finish him? I will probably go, again, super late game. Everyone's going to end up having the capacity, almost everyone, of wearing heavier armor. So our last two, this build's a little bit cursed. Gifted in Battleforge. That's not quite correct, to be honest, for League of Legends. Okay, I may be incorrect on that in T-Win. And I'm probably, I hope I'm wrong on that now. I hope they've improved the game. But that was the impression that I had from people who are pretty highly ranked in League that I knew. But Fearsome, yeah, no, we're not gonna pick Fearsome on this brother. This brother can't hit anything, and they're not intended to. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna grab the defensive stats. We can skip a +4 in hit points, and I think that's okay. And then we're gonna grab, I guess, Gifted. Again, just for the defensive stats. And then Resolve. This brother is intended to be attracting to enemies. The other option I could do for his final perk would just be like Anticipation, which I think would also be fine. Okay, so let's keep making our way north. We're gonna let that noble army go first. I'm right about ADCs in LoL? Okay. Yeah, Heroes of the Storm was interesting. And I liked the idea of, you know, one thing that I do dislike that is kind of changed in Dota, and I think League of Legends always did it this way, was increasing the power level of supports. In Heroes of the Storm, you know, you've got kind of supporting characters, but since you all level up together based on objectives, your responsibility for the team's victory is more constant throughout the whole run, or throughout the whole game, as opposed to, especially the olden days of Dota, where like late game supports just didn't hardly do anything relative to like mid or carry or whatever. Blizzard is the king of making a brilliant game and then failing to support it properly through a good life cycle. Yeah. Sad but true. All right, so we're gonna try to dagger down this caravan guard, but otherwise, we're gonna just blow them up. I might preserve ammo. I don't know. Maybe I could use, or fire like a few shots. You hate Necrosavants? You just lost your banner? Yeah. Necrosavants they're spooky. Alright, that's the guy I was curious where he'd go. So we're gonna D and dice on him. We get 2 stabs if we move here. Or punctures, rather. Really looking forward to Father Falsers giving us a deeper understanding of the builds and their making/purpose. Yes. Next time we hear a verse from the Buildonomicon. I like the idea. You loved HOTS, played all the time, you're really into the pro scene, watching all the matches, then nothing, sad times. I know, the fact that it just got abandoned was really sad. I know Grubby remained a believer in HOTS to the end. I think he still kind of is. Like, I think he still plays it some. All right, we're gonna dagger this guy down. Lovely. He has this armor coming a little damaged is unfortunate, but fine. Can't trust Blizzard nowadays to do anything right. Sadly, that seems to be true. I was such a huge Blizzard fanboy when I was younger. How far they have fallen. You genuinely loved HOTS, you're sad with some of the decisions they made for characters you quite liked. Even characters that were considered low tier. You kept them just as weak, but made them less fun. That sucks. It's terrible. They spent a quintillion on D4 and then delivered the most half-baked experience known to man. Honestly, I kind of felt that way about D3. I hated D3 on release. I still played it, but I was like grumpy and angry the whole time. All right, let's take the defensive stats here on Furious Sheep. And Furious Sheep, much like Curse Word, I might take Gifted on. Yeah, so Falsers I think will be able to take Fearsome here and no Gifted, and that's like okay. But Curse Word and Furious Sheep, they're going to need so much help for so long. I think Gifted is good. Not even going to bother with Killing Frenzy, but we are going to take Fearsome. D3 was not a Diablo game, especially on release. Especially on release. It was the grind, selling items. Ugh. It was a terrible experience. Such a low range attack on Curse, sad times, yeah. Alright, we are actually going to leave Quadim as friendly, at least for now. We can farm the Belly Dancer event down there. It's tempting to attack the many conscripts, because we do kind of want to dagger down for the southern mail shirts. We've got the sword lances we need. I think 2 is a good number. We don't really need any more. But anyway. You were one of the first demon hunters in the world to clear the original Inferno difficulty before it got nerfed. You were able to sell some of that loot on the Real Money auction house for several thousand IRL dollars. I did the same thing, Falsers. I played a... Was it just called a Necromancer? I think it was just a Necromancer. And I found a monk fist weapon that I sold for $255, which did not pay for all of the time that I spent just playing in a PC cafe, a PC bang in Korea. But I was happy to at least get a payout. And then when I did, I was like, wow, I hated this. Just hated it. And I love Diablo 2. I mean, Diablo 2 is such a iconic ARPG. I mean, I think it's like the reason the genre grew as it did. So such a shame that it would, you know, be what it ended up. Do I always recommend raiding caravans to jumpstart runs? No. I don't, actually. It's a powerful way to get started, but you don't have to do it at all. You can totally rely on early contracts to get started, and that's okay. So you've been watching the replay of this stream a little. Oh yeah, Bloxor? What are we finding? Yeah, don't take anything happening in this Winstreak as like, or in this, this is a challenge run with its own set of rules. This is not a normal way of playing the game. The primary understanding of prefetched memory and branch prediction comes in the form of the data leaking exploits cropping up as of late. Really? Oh my. Yeah, let's try to get this guy's helmet. Alright, run him down. See if we can get that helmet. Yeah, 2 damaged. 2 damaged. We can leave behind some of the strange meat. We don't need all that. I think there's a few more damaged armor pieces that we can leave behind as well. Probably don't need the boar spears as much at this point. Probably don't need the arming sword. What else? I don't even know what that sound was for. I don't know what I discovered. Huh. Trading caravan? Must have missed it. Went southeast. Oh, did it spawn from Bola? I see. Spawned from here, going down here. Yeah, I don't think we need to go back that way. Alright, we got a wooden watchtower here. Helvictorn. Is this a terminal stop? Looks like it is. Fearsome good can easily be pinpointed in the same way as you can pinpoint what weapons are effective. What weapons make you queasy to face? I mean, I think there's an asymmetry between what's good on the AI and what's good on the player, though. Like, it is true that Fearsome does give the spontaneous loss condition, and, you know, you can see how the perk works for both sides, but I think imagining there to be a symmetry where there isn't one can cause you to make other sort of analysis mistakes. Like, Fearsome is great, but you don't need to think of like a cascading resolve break because of Ancient Dead on your own team as a reason to conclude that it's good. All right, where are these barbarians? We're looking to find some barbarians to beat up on. Even though we can't do the icy cave, we could try to find it. Might be an interesting option. Any new shiny today? No, not today, not yet. Half a day trek through the plains, you'd think these towns would invest in a straight road north? I know, right? Yeah, the maps on this road are kind of goofy. Who's your best bro to fight the madman? It's probably going to be Disco Nick. And so we'll probably do it where he's got his spear, and then he'll have a big bonk as a backup. Aha! You come across a congress of gilded and old gods monk alike. They're discussing the possibility of an upcoming war and how to protect themselves if such a time comes to pass. It's admirably amicable, all told, but it does seem there's a hint of religious reckoning in the air. So the first crisis is going to be the Holy War, which means North and South will be fighting each other. Sire has found me in an event. Indeed. Love the smell of religious reckoning in the morning. A classic morning scent. You thought it was bacon frying in the pan? No. It's a religious reckoning. Time for 30 noble armies to move all over the place. Yep. Let's see. Lots of thralls. We'll fight it. Not the fight we were looking for. Oh, I don't want to fight him in the mountain, though. Cool. Should be able to do it in the plains here. I think I'm going to equip kite shields. The throwing weapons are the only thing that's really going to cause us too much headache. But hopefully, like, with thralls, we can just move forward and take out most of them, not even letting them attack. Like that, for example, was pretty good. Holy War, doesn't that open the pool for a new recruit, that converted crusader? Yes, I think Not Delusional is correct. And I don't know what the specific conditions are for the converted crusader, actually. I know I've gotten it before. I actually got it in the Winstreak series. But I don't know the specific, like, here's where you need to be on the map, etc., etc. 7 tiles away from a town during Holy War. Like within 7 tiles? Doesn't he leave after the war? If it is a converted crusader, they do not. Alright, that fight was nice and clean. So one of the downsides to fighting thralls or barbarians in general is they drop these instead of this. That mattered more to us early. It doesn't matter as much to us now. Last time you got it was just generally being in the south during the Holy War. Yeah, same. Green Mao, hello, hello. Yeah, bros are looking good. Bros are looking strong. I wonder if I should equip this other Fire Lance on Falsers. Probably should. Shouldn't even be bothering with this notched blade. So yeah, let's travel through this little valley, I guess. 68 melee. Well, I mean, you know, that's fair, Bloxor. It's not exactly a team of powerhouses, okay? It's not exactly a team of powerhouses. We make the most out of what we got. Okay, a defended barbarian camp. Lots of reavers. This should be a good fight for us. I'm wondering if I should equip like a different type of shield on Aesthetic Gabe. Or maybe, better, maybe I should be putting the Chaucer up on the flank here. That probably makes more sense. Maybe we'll go with the Sipars. A little more general purpose shield. Probably makes a little bit more sense. Sipars tower shield. But we'll go with Kite on the side. Are we gonna try to get the Kingsguard while we're in the north? We do have a road here. I don't know if the premonition for the Holy War counts as an event. The dialogue box we just saw earlier when we were over here. I would guess that it does, so I think we're probably gonna have to wait for the next event cooldown. So we're not gonna sit and farm for it right now. If that doesn't count, what was the last event? What was the one before that? I don't remember. I don't think it happened this stream. I think it was last time. But I could be wrong. Day 67? Oh, okay. Once it triggers, the south is a chance for either Belly Dancer or Converted Crusader, so it's something, yeah. That's true. All right, I'm seeing a bunch of throwing weapons that we want. So if we let them throw, then it'll be in the drop pool at the end. So we're actually going to intentionally let them throw their throwing weapons at us. Not this one, though. This one can die in a fire. Such good music. This one's a good one. The smart thing to do would be able to keep track of the events, yeah. We have a... It's not being updated right now, but there is a command that I created for tracking it. So close. You made a Python script that does it, but then we got the Kingsguard on run 28 like 10 minutes after the script was done, so you didn't debug it at all. And wasn't it, it was like reading the screen? How did that work again? I don't even remember. Was it screen scraping? Joke 1, thank you for the subscription, I appreciate it. Slurgy, keep it up? Will do, as requested. It shall be kept up. All right, so we're letting him throw here on purpose. Oh, I didn't realize. Ugh. Oof. Yeah, that guy not dying was a bad thing, it turns out. Fractured hand. Damn, that sucks. That injury sucks. So let's do the aim shot. So we gotta follow up. Checks the screen and looks for keywords and spots once every second. Interesting. Interesting. So yeah, there's a few spots on the battlefield already that I don't like, which is unfortunate it happened so early. So Dice is just gonna maybe pull out the Jagged Pike and back up. So I'm actually going to rotate and back him up. Yikes. Storgy, you're thinking about trying to build an advanced AI neural network to play this game. Thoughts? Doing this because Lexian unbiased machine plays? I think you should do that, Cobalt Coin 82. Go for it. I'm not like... I'm not really... I don't feel really qualified to tell you whether or not that's a good idea or a bad idea or whatever. But if you think it's a good idea, you should do it. Is it possible to extract information from the game at runtime? I don't think that the executable has been like decompiled or anything. I mean, anything is possible, right? Okay, I think I might move Disco Nick, like, weird as it might look. Well, I don't know, what do I want to do? Maybe I just go to like here. Just attack. Enough to, whoops. That was a misplay. I was thinking I could still spear wall, which is why I moved him there. I mean, I did wait so I can move him back, but it's a funny one. I don't know if that was a good idea, but yeah, I don't really want to put D and dice there. Yes, this battle's a little scrappy crappy. The thing about like training a neural network to play Battle Brothers would be, again, kind of the same question as when we talk about the game as regular human players. Like, what are your objectives? How does the neural network decide what is a good and bad outcome? Because a good and bad outcome is going to be dependent on, like, not only your short-term goals, but your long-term goals. Losing a brother for a certain fight might be worth the risk. How you determine what's worth the risk depends on your whole gameplay objectives. So like, even if you could decide on, or like figure out a model to train it, like how to get it, how to give it the heuristics it needs to be able to do its calculation of good and bad, is like a who knows. Yeah, AI finds out how to farm zombies for 26 hours. Right, I mean that's the thing too. What is considered off limits? Because there are certain things that, like, as players we would consider cheese that, you know, the AI model could find, or the training model, the machine learning or whatever. I expect that it would. That would be the fun part, to see what it comes up with. It will find novel stuff we didn't think of. Maybe. It might. You think the main problem with training a neural network is that it needs to play through millions of games and the performance of the game isn't that good enough to do that? Yeah, you'd need like a build of the game it can train off of. So it's like a neat idea, but sounds pretty impractical. You wouldn't be surprised if the neural net would find spear wall spam plus 2 snipers the best way to play the game. I mean, I think one thing that we would find from such a model is that it would take the time to do things that we as players often don't do, which would be to change the loadout of every unit before every fight. And it would be much more efficient with them. Okay, so we got some stuff from this fight we're very happy. Very, very happy with. We got some heavy throwing axes. Let's just get rid of that southern mail shirt. And we got some big chonky two-handers. Let's say goodbye to some of the old ones. We'll take 2 hammers, 2 maces. Leather helmet's okay. We'll take the full durability one for sure. Optimize it on user retention by having it stream. We don't need this notched blade. I think we're good on daggers. We actually don't need that one. That's good enough. You expect to spend a lot of time repositioning for all the fights? Yeah, I think so too. So we would also learn that in each fight, the best move for it is to probably, in a lot of terrain types, to just simply back up at the beginning, spread out, try to find high grounds, and it would know very easily, you know, how to proceed from those high grounds. But it'd be pretty painful to play. I think it'd be pretty uninteresting to watch, actually. All right, so we had a couple bros get chonked a little bit in that fight. Yeah, you can play that way now as a player, and you know, I'll do it to varying degrees in certain fights, but I definitely have my limits. So many people have tuned into the AI playing Pokemon or the Twitch plays Pokemon stream. That's true. Well, that first playing Pokemon one was really novel. There have been some ones since that. Twitch plays Slay the Spire, for instance. Okay. So we did manage to get some heavy throwing axes. That's really too bad. It would have been nice to get the heavy throwing jabs. That's what we're more interested in. So let's find more reavers to fight. Twitch plays StarCraft was interesting. Oh, I didn't even know that was a thing. Was it StarCraft like Brood War or StarCraft 2? Deep Space Cowboy, hello, hello. StarCraft 2? Okay. Yeah, Twitch plays Pokemon was a social event, it wasn't an AI. Right. Okay, so we'll do this fight first and then we'll come back for this one. Probably we'll just keep the Sipars equipped. I think we'd rather have a heater shield on the Chaucer. And let's give him a backup one. 2 of the horsies. Maybe we'll go with a horse and a wolf. That'll be better. Huge difference. All right, we're looking at some zombos. So Boilerplate's going to be a bit low on fatigue. We should get him some lighter armor. I think I just heard the grunt of a nacho. They have a sound effect they'll do every once in a while. So I think we're looking at zombos and nachos. Aha, and a couple fallen heroes. I don't know that we're all that interested in their armors. Sometimes we are. Like early in a campaign, we'll be really interested in getting like fallen hero armor. I think in this case we're probably not. And so we're just going to be looking to make use of the spear bros. This is a kind of fight where the scavenger is going to give us a ton of tools, which we like. Because it's good. Thank you for attending my TED Talk. Panix G, hello, hello. There's actually a Claude Plays Pokemon on Twitch. Oh, interesting. I did not know that. And Claude is the like large language model that's like specifically trained to be like more accurate for assisting like programmers and things like that, right? Yeah, there's the little nacho. Look at that cute little guy. Tools positive, here we go. Are you changing the goal text? No, no, no. Short-term goal is don't die. That part remains the same. Not dying is a great goal. It is one we will always strive for. Are we there yet? You know, we're close. We're close. We're close. Our accuracy is so bad. Oh, that guy moved all the way there. Hmm. Kind of want to push this guy off. I don't know. Pretty low chance. It's kind of a spot I don't want this nerd to be. We can let him take like one attack, but we've got some rotation boys. We can bail him out, no problem. But can probably just have Squigs do it. So I'll move Misha Twitcher up here. Oh, I probably shouldn't have killed that one, actually. That was a little sloppy. So let's have Boilerplate go here. We'll just make sure that, I don't know, less likelihood of getting us around on D and Dice. Apparently you're a complete troglodyte when your preferred IDE is text editor. Notepad++ gang, rise up. Yeah, let's take out that one. I mean, even if this nacho goes over there, He'll be okay. We'll just attack. I think that's okay. I think D and dice is okay. There's no necro or anything, right? So. Didn't get our stun, that's too bad. Perfect text setters, screen with text, syntax highlighting, and that's pretty much it. Notepad++ gang, rise up. Alright, let's take a look at our spear's condition. 75%. Fine enough, but we may as well switch. Let's check this one. 70. Same deal. $91. That's much higher. You absolutely detest IDE built-in cruft, but you're an old school guy. Notepad++ gang, rise up. Let's see, I guess we can put Squigs up here. I think we don't need his help on bottom anymore. I think we're good there. And let's stop this guy from getting a snack. No free snacks. No nachos get free snacks here. He missed a lot. Has he got a broken hand or something? 170 plus viewers, and I bet 70% of them can at least follow this conversation. Maybe. That feels like a pretty high estimate. I mean, at least for me, I'm sometimes interested in overhearing conversations, even in subjects I have no knowledge of, right? So like, when some of my friends who are like nurses are talking about their experience and their experiences in the field of nursing, I'm still interested in the conversations, even if I don't understand it. But I'm more interested in the field of nerding? Yes, that's right. That's right, run away. There's so much busy work in engineering that's easy to have agents do. Sure, it can't do complicated stuff, but if you're not using it for the trivial stuff, you're wasting time. I mean, unless you enjoy the act of doing the trivial stuff, and it depends on what you define as trivial. Something that I find really interesting is when like AI or tech bros, and I'm using tech bros as like a pejorative here in this case, say things like, what's the worst part about the process of making, you know, of creating music? It's making music. You just want the end product. And it's like, no. Music producers enjoy the act of the craft. That is what derives the joy. That's where they derive joy from. And so there is some amount of busy work, you know, or things you could define as busy work that might be what some people enjoy. For the text editor and IDE people, how are you putting in breakpoints and stepping over/into code, separate programs? What about navigate? Well, everyone knows you just debug with print statements. Duh. I jest, or do I? You're here for the shiny gathering? Hopefully we have some shinies gathered soon. Alright, boilerplate is finally out of fatigue. Nachos rallying, huh? No. Oh, I shouldn't have put D and Dice there. I shouldn't have put him on that hex. That was stupid. Luckily, this fallen hero won't get to him. We'll see if we need to do a little rotation or not. I suppose we can just attack there. Okay, he went there. Alright, I think we're at the point of the battle where we no longer need to spear wall. We really can't do it much longer anywhere anyway. No programmer ever has a good runtime, we barely move. It's barely a walk time? Yeah, that's my first time hearing that joke and I kind of love that. It's like just stupid enough. It's the perfect amount of dumb. That's a good joke. Perfectly just in time. Classic. Classic just in time. I forgot that this cup was where I had my coffee, so it was mostly melted ice and a tiny bit of the iced coffee. But it was that anti-sweet spot, if you will, where like it wasn't good. It's over. All right. We took very little damage, actually. Did we take 0? No. Disco Nick got hit once. We took 28 damage total. These 11 tools, that's purely from the destroyed armors. We got a military cleaver. Anything else we care about? Maybe not. So if we got 11 tools from this, one thing I'm kind of curious about is, in a normal run, I don't have to think about this. But in this run, I do. So we're going to look at something really quick. All right, so we got 11 tools. How much durability do we lose on the spears in total? Right, so 12 plus... oh boy, am I going to do math on stream? Oh no, huge error. 18... plus 21 plus 36 plus 15. So we took 102 damage to our fighting spears. Not that any weapon attacking the zombies wouldn't lose some durability, but like, you know, we're losing some durability on the spears more than other weapons would per hit. So 102 durability just from spears to gain 11 tools. It probably still comes out, you know, obviously there's like, if you don't beat them back with the spears, you have the risk of getting hit, and obviously getting hit even just one time. But I was curious how much damage we took in tools just on the spears. 102 pieces of durability or whatever. So the amount of fighting spears we have is pretty impressive. Yeah, it seriously is. I can't believe we have 5 of them. That is way unexpectedly high. So I don't know if I have any like conclusions there, but just something I need to be thinking about is the tools expenditure of the spears in fights like that relative to the tools we get back. Okay, Misha Twitcher, finalizing this build. This brother is going to be an odd one. We're going to be like a utility whip boy is the end goal game objective. So whereas we're going to make Aesthetic Gabe weirdly an offensive brother despite his lower melee skill, Misha Twitcher is going to be not because of Tiny. I think we are going to go with, of all things, we're going to go with, let's see. Another nice level up. Start Spear Bro run for no reason at all, get 5 fighting spears early. I know, this is all pre-recorded. That's been well established. Hell yeah, Whip Boy. Hell yeah, Whip Boy. We haven't found a whip yet, which is kind of annoying. Dodge. Maybe. Again, one of the things I'm kind of planning on is getting heavier armors. Or I'm expecting. One of the things I'm playing around is transitioning the company's gear as they progress. Backstabber recover? Ew. Never. Dodge is sort of poor as you spend fatigue pretty fast, yeah. Yeah, Backstabber is exceptionally good, but you possibly have enough melee attack. Agreed. So you are the whip which cracks open our hearts. Well, thank you, the Chaucer. Whoosh! Ah, I'm bleeding out! But yeah, we're going to be positioning this bro like kind of in the front. It'll be something more like this, only a whip some of the time. So I'm kind of thinking about Shield Expert. You may also want to rotate this bro in a dangerous position, as such underdog might be a consideration. Yeah, I think so, actually. I kind of feel like I like the idea of Shield Expert a decent amount. And he's actually, you know, got a base 6 range defense with a kite shield. With Shield Expert and a kite shield, he can be standing in this spot. Battleforge Backstabber, your final offer. You like shield plus underdog and have him as an off tank / disarm / rotate utility bro. That's kind of, I'm along those lines, Rufin. So it's either going to be, so here's what's going through my head. I think short-term value for when we get the whip, which should be soon, within the next, like, say 50 to 100 days, highest value is going to come from Shield Expert underdog. If we go longer term than that, I think the higher value is going to come from Shield Expert Battleforged. Again, we're going to be equipping heavier armor on a lot of the squad once we have it. Soon, 100 days, most of your runs are over before the 100 days from this day mark. I know, right? So I'm kind of changing my playstyle around increasing success for the safety of the higher threshold. I don't think he necessarily needs underdog, because I feel like often by the time I would use rotation, it's less likely to be a dangerous position because of the position and more of a dangerous position because the bro happened to get hit, if that makes sense. Isn't this bro going to be one of the last to get / need Nimble Forged gear? The baby in the background is correct. But it's not necessarily Nimble Forged, it is Nimble Now, Forged Later, actually. Honestly, the more shielded bros, the better, since future bros are likely going to have better stats just due to events they come from. I know, I agree. You know it's anecdotal, but you have been checking in fights how often you would have wanted your shield rotation bro to have underdog, and it came up a lot. Yeah, I mean, I could see that, but then the question is, so you rotate into a spot where you're surrounded, and you would get underdog value on that next turn. Let's say 3 enemies surrounding that hex, right? So you get like 10 melee defense worth of value. That sounds really good, but how long does that position remain dangerous after that point? We never want to be surrounded, right, due to Spear Bro? It will be less frequent for sure. The Spear Bros kind of prevent surrounds just generally. Spear Bros prevent surrounds from happening as frequently. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with my initial kind of plan. I'm gonna go with Shield Expert and Battleforged. And this bro actually is gonna want a lot more fatigue than 108. If I'm gonna put him in heavy armor eventually and still make use of the secondary kind of stuff. We're also gonna want more resolve than 49. Hit points are actually okay. So I'm gonna grab resolve here, but veteran levels are mostly going to go into fatigue, I think. And that's how it'll be. This run has quite a high perk tax just to make everyone extra bad luck proof. Yeah, high perk tax to make everyone bad luck proof. High perk tax to make bros have good enough power spikes early and safety early with Nimble, and then still have late game power with Battleforged with some of the named gear that we're going to start accumulating. You fear his fatigue is too low to ever equip Battleforged armor. His value comes from using fatigue skills. Fair enough, but you know, one of the things that I was surprised by when I ran some of the common situations I would find myself in with good Nimble gear when I ran that through Turtle's calculator, when I was looking at, like, for example, getting attacked by a Boondock Bow, how much of a difference Battleforged makes in preventing, one, the first tick of Goblin Poison, that being the biggest one, and two, the overall, like, number of hits to death against, again, you know, bolas, Goblin Poison, things like that, with even just, you know, Southern Mail shirt plus a nasal helmet. It was better than I expected. It wasn't a ton, but preventing that first Goblin Poison from hitting when it does is actually like a really big deal. And you get more protection from remaining armor even when there's just a scrap than you might think. So I think it's okay. It's never a good sign when the USPS truck stops in front of your house and it takes the driver 10 minutes to get all your boxes out of the vehicle. Or it's a very good sign. It's a very bad sign if you don't remember ordering anything. Some orc young. Huh. Yeah, the guy is tiny. A shield will block his whole body from getting hit. Right. 6 orc young. Huh. Oh my god, they're screaming. They're so mad. They're so angry. Yeah, and I think we'll use the archers to shoot from back here. That way they don't use the throwing axes on them, or their throwing jabs. Oh, no jabs. Unexpected. Drunk. That's right. Bounce off my spear. Is that a euphemism? Who knows? You have a vague recollection of an orc fight where a bro almost died from Orc Young throwing like 7 javelins his way. Yeah, I mean the damage, they're not very accurate with them, which I think what's interesting is enemies who are inaccurate with weapons, if they get lucky, can of course be super fatal. But because they rarely are, in our minds, we don't assess them as dangerous as they can be in a no-loss situation, which does make this kind of thing like a little bit tricky. Would you consider using the early supporter helmet as cheese? I disabled it personally, but Like, if you as a player want to use that item and enjoy it, you should. I don't consider it cheese, even if I don't use it. Yeah, it's not an early supporter helmet. It's like a because I have it. I just have it disabled. It's from a DLC or whatever. Like if you bought the whole DLC pack or something. But strange meat. We're not gonna ask where it came from. The humans on pikes outside, unrelated. True men play with jugglers' hats and beastmasters' hats. True. All right, we're still gonna look for the barbarian reaver fight of our dreams, where we get some heavy jabs. We've remained kind of tools neutral throughout these fights. Potential event time soon? Potentially. We really don't have any, like, friendly towns, though. So, I mean, we could try to go over for Barbarian on the Road / Kingsguard over here. I think that's going to be our only place for it, is right there. I'm just going to keep tempo up. Keep doing fights. I think that's going to be more important than trying to fish for bros right now, at least with so much intentionality. I think just taking fights is going to be more important. Alright, so what's the play here? A lot of throwing weapons. I don't think the spear walls are going to do too much because of all the throwing weapons. If I think I can like take these units out before they get to put away their throwing weapons, that's another way of getting them, because they've got them out right now. Whatever unit, you know, whatever weapon is out when they die is also going to be in the drop pool. Who do I think I can take out? Do I think I can take out this guy? Probably. Javelin guy wearing the 65 shirt. Yeah, that's who I'm looking at. Yeah, this guy right here. I can't actually really tell. I think this is also the 65 shirt. But we care about these jabs. Isn't there an event bro near a forest? Yes. The deserter in the forest. I probably should have just pulled out. Let me finish that sentence. Should have pulled out the throwing weapons. And we're gonna put the Chaucer down here and then Indom. Alright, if we get him fleeing, that works too. Let's hold there for 1 second. Weak pull-out game, I know. Gotta be careful with that. And D and dice. I don't know, Fractured Handy is going to be a little less useful. Let's just back up to here. I think that's okay. Hold there for a second. Boilerplate I might just put here in shield wall. I think that'll be better. Bounce on my spear, pull out. I thought this was a family-friendly topical approved stream. You thought wrong. Ooh, so close. Cool. And let's get warrior involved here. Warrior can attack this thrall. Oh, actually, isn't that what happened last time? Is I put a dog down and a thrall took it out? I think that happened. PTSD? Yeah, I should be more careful with Little Warrior. Forgot that that was a thing that could happen. No, don't hit me. Don't hit me. It's rude. If that guy's armor was still intact, we would dagger that down. It's kind of like a fashionable leather lamellar. It's got the same defensive value. But it looks good. And I don't think we want Warrior to accidentally get taken out by this drummer. Could happen, so we're gonna say it's over. I should be more careful with little warrior after saying I should have pulled out. Right. Right. Ooh, 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 this is a beautiful loot screen. Look at this. Oh, oh, damn, that's good. Damn, that's good. That's great. So later one in the spear strategy are polearms what breaks the big boy's armor, or do you make a hammer bro? Like later on? Depends on what I'm fighting against. So what I'm gonna do, so for example against orc warriors, polearms will help, but polearms really aren't going to break armor, especially of orc warriors. So I'm going to intentionally let warriors get a certain amount of melee contact, and then I beat the crap out of them with like fatigue neutral, big chunky two-handed weapons. Hammers are good, maces work, things like that. So I just kind of like limit, never letting them surround anyone. I'll leave little pockets where like a little death zone. Orc warrior moves in, and then we just absolutely destroy them. Two-handed bonk is the best, but lots of weapons will work for that purposes. So I think we're good on two-handed axes. I actually like keeping a few of the extra ones too, even if that's a little foolish. But the bundles of heavy jabs, that's what I'm really into. The hide and bone armor, this is the, like I said, the fashionable leather lamellar. Yeah, chosen axes also work really well. Last Day in Japan. You can feel it in your bones. We're going to get another god tier cleaver drop this run from a barbarian madman. It is destined. Might be. We'll see. We shall see. Okay, I'm going to leave some stuff behind. I don't know what. All right, so I'm very happy with the Javs. Something I'm sad to see, though, is we're apparently out of ammo. I guess I was a bit too cavalier with using it. Sad. Very sad. Sloji, you may have missed the sermon. Oh my goodness. Sorry. Chat was moving too fast and I was in the middle of combat. Falsers. Father Falsers has blessed us with another entry from the runomicon. Brothers, let us recall what the scriptures say about these heathens, found in 1 Champions, verse 8. The barbarian walketh with frost in his veins and madness in his roar. He honoureth no law, no kin, nor craft. For the barbarian adorns his hammer with skulls and glories in ruin. But ye shall adorn your blade in faith and strike with purpose. Let his fury break upon your will, for the run sanctifies ye in discipline, not bloodlust. Thank you, Father Falsers. Beautiful. Beautiful. So true. It is discipline, not bloodlust, that drives us forward. All right, Battle Pashi. Very strong brother here. A little low on melee skill. Veteran levels are going to have to go a long way. Very happy to see a +3 in melee skill, though. The fact that we took Shield Mastery shows that discipline is valued above recklessness in these circles here. That's right, Mana. That's right. 69, I know, it'll put him at the perfect funny number. I'm thinking probably with our last perk, we're just going to grab Fearsome. I like the idea of multiple Fearsome procs in a single attack coming from the Polearm Mastery. So let's do it. And I think I'm going to grab Resolve. 44 is just a smidge low. He does have Death Wish, which is good. That makes it so that a little bit lower Resolve is acceptable. However, I don't love sitting at 44 Resolve for, you know, being exposed to the horrifiability of priests, Geist screams, things like that. Things that we will need to withstand. We could have also grabbed Backstabber. I think that would be okay, but that's okay. A lot of times, you know, we're attacking with the polearm and we're hitting like a backline where Backstabber provides very little value. So that's okay. Would you look at that? That number? Repairing all your equipment will take 14 hours and requires 27 tools, and that 27, that number's not red. That number is green. We have a green number. Blessed is the run. The run provides. Let's see, how long is this injury going to be here? 2 to 4 days? Bleh. We're so back. We're so back. Plethora of thralls. All right. Now let's go do this. Camp of the Slave Takers. Oh. So they would have changed their composition from sending out that patrol. Yeah, it's different now. That's fine. Let's do this first before we chase him down. Are you gonna try Snow Road event for the 14th? Yeah, well, so that's all the way over here. I think right now I'd just rather explore this area. I don't want to burn a whole lot of time fishing for it. At least not right now. I don't want to lose too much tempo, right? That's kind of my thought. We can and will fish for event bros, but right now I feel like tempo provides us more value. Yeah, it also might be too close to the city, too close to the hostile city. Tryhard might be right. It might be. That was good. Yeah, tempo is more value to about day 150. Yeah, I think that's about my same evaluation, Deep Space Cowboy. I don't know if I should be using that ammo like that, but I did. So, let's see. Let's do this. Throwing, but with what ammo? Right. With the ammo that we're gonna get from this fight, barbarians don't drop that much ammo. So. Anyway. We'll just feel sad. Don't let Mr. Mr. Drummer run here. We'll do our best. Everyone talking about how they don't use runners, yet they always have a lone wolf tank doing the same thing. Is that the same thing? Because the way I think about a runner would be a brother that you are intentionally sending off to die, to sacrifice. Yeah, he's getting away. With no intention of keeping them alive. So that would be a different thing from a runner or dedicated runner. Maybe that's not the definition others would use. Lone wolf isn't a real thing. On a tank it is. Oops. Tank takes forever to die, then that's okay. I don't know. That's the way I evaluate that anyway. Problem with runners is that they're not believable, whereas having a bro that will go off and do that because they think they can survive is. Yeah, exactly. Alright, the runner's getting away. Or the drummer. Alright, so Battle Pashi took some damage. We're just gonna have to replace his armor. Oh god, that's a beautiful pile of tools though. And just a straight up replacement armor. God, barbarians. Barbarians blessing us. Absolutely blessing us. Barbarians, we love you. Look at all these tools. Look at them. Beautiful. One thing I should start doing at the end of fights, if I use a bunch of arrows, is just dropping the quivers. We've got plenty of backups. So we've got plenty of ammo, at least when viewed through that lens. So let's chase after these reavers. We want to see if they can get us some heavy throwing axes. Or excuse me, heavy jabs. Okay, rude. They're being rude. Speaking of rude though, this terrain is rude, but like for them. So we're gonna put Disco Nick here and Spear Wall. We'll put the Chaucer here. Yeah, that's me being rude. Dumb question, but you have a Battleforge / Nimble that seem to not be good. Oh yeah, so Skyech. This is not a normal run. This is not a way you should build your brothers for normal Battle Brothers play. Taking both Nimble and Forged can be a thing. There are certain armors that are, you know, that can be taking advantage of both. In this case, I'm doing it because Nimble is good now, Forged is good later, at least on a lot of bros, and ultra late or certain situations will get value out of both, right? There are sets of Forged armor that we might want to wear that we would maybe never take Nimble on normally, but we'll get like 80 to 90% Nimble value and still like get some nice protection for our hit points. And there's other situations where we might be in Nimble gear, but it's like famed Nimble gear that gives us like an okay Forged value to make it last a little bit longer, and that's okay too. Mostly we're doing it because of the nature of this challenge run. It's not something you should do normally. That's the downside to doing a challenge run like this. Like, I don't wanna like misrepresent the nature of the game, but I kind of am. Not intentionally, not misrepresenting, but you know what I mean. This is not stuff to be followed. Don't follow this. This is not a good learning. This is not a good learning run. But it's fun. You might learn something from it, but don't emulate it. Maybe that's better. Slurgy just wants to use suboptimal builds for this run to confuse others. No, no, no. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Squigs. This is indeed the run. Thank you for continuing the faith. Even if Nimble's like 20% on a 100 health bro, it's like a second Colossus. Yeah, and it's even better than that because, again, because of the way the damage formula in this game works. It's better than it seems. First Champions verse 8 has been chronicled. Thank you, the Chowser. Or Squigs. Sorry. Saying the wrong person. I started playing Legends and not being able to pick Pathfinder on every bro sucks. Yeah. Yeah. Pathfinder is just so cozy. It's just such a nice... It's nice to know you have it. And not being able to pick it on every bro, that does kind of suck. I agree. Pathfinder Gifted and Colossus are a perk tax? I mean, kind of. That's another way of looking at it. That is kind of true. Oh, got him in the head. Nine lives greater than Colossus? I would say it's overall more useful, but they do different things. This guy's gonna not run away. Let's say this guy's about to run away. And then he didn't, because he's mean. We're gonna drop our quiver on the ground. If he drops any ammo for us, we don't wanna fill a quiver that we don't need to fill. So we're gonna wait. Oh, I suppose we'll keep the 6. So we're gonna leave those quivers of arrows behind. Happy to get another bundle of heavy throwing axes. It would be nice to get like a couple more heavy throwing jabs before we leave. Would I ever put this on? I might. Too many armors get destroyed. Okay. You assume I have the Scavenger? Is that why I'm getting more tools? Well, and also just the base drops of reavers are higher. Mostly the camps. But yeah, the Scavenger's doing work. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I'll be back in just a second. All right, I've returned. Okay, so, oh, we got some Borkin going on upstairs. Yeah, I think let's just continue. Let's explore this corner, come down, fight the reavers here. Hopefully that will be enough barbarian equipment to get us what we need for the moment. And then we will head down south, maybe on the edge of the map here, especially if we're able to keep enough provisions, and make our way south because we want at least a whip from the nomads. Hungarian Crusader, hello, hello. We might even find the icy cave, who knows? The Powder Plains. Wow. That's a fun name for a snowy field. The Powder Plains? Cute. Of course, one thing that can happen, which I had to deal with in the Winstreak series, was that the icy cave is not limited to the different types of snowy terrain it can spawn in. So it can spawn in like snowy forests, which have a lower discoverability radius. So sometimes the icy cave requires you to slowly comb through a forest to find it, which is pure pain. You were going to go to bed, but you had a question. Most builds to you feel like they might be made based on the principle that they work for weak bros and make the better bros just win more. Are there any particular builds you like that are suited specifically for weaker bros and any for stronger bros? And with builds you mean both individual and company-wide. Yes, there are definitely builds that are better for weaker bros and then builds that are better for better bros. And one of the things that's like kind of interesting about that is when we talk about tempo perks, which end up being part of an overall build, like fast adaptation as an example, is like a perk that you would never pick on your late game swordmaster. It would be terrible, right? It would provide you almost no value, but it is practically necessary on like an early 42 range skill farmhand thrower if you want to get value out of them. And so builds are just a collection of perks, and perks are a function of the bro's stats. So I guess my answer to your statement is like, yes, there are builds that are more specifically suited for weaker bros. And so like if you take fast adaptation as an example, and then you need some other stuff to make a build work, then you have a lower overall pool of perks to finish the build from. So take a fencer or hammer brother, for instance. You need a really good bro to make a good version of those builds. It's almost like those aren't good builds. So, oh my. Camp of the Ancestors. Many reavers, many chosen, and a drummer. Yeah. I don't love this fight for us right now. I like fighting chosen with spear bros when we are able to get up to like 85 plus melee skill, but I don't like it when we're below those numbers. So we're gonna hold off for now. Ideally 90. Ooh! Ooh! Okay, fun. Well, now our wages went down 15 crowns per day. Not that we really needed the crowns, but hell yeah, Curious Shipwreck. You might be asking a lot since you tend to not like getting rid of bros unnaturally. You like the idea that they came from nothing. I also like that mana. I also like it. But yeah, as a side note, so one of the thresholds, I tend not to think of the game in terms of like thresholds when it comes to builds, even though some people do. But one of the things I do think about is thresholds of melee skill, specifically for spear bros to hit 95% chance to hit certain enemies. And so, you know, fighting against Chosen is why I mentioned those specific breakpoints. Anyway, just random musings. And so, let's see what secrets are inside. Inspect the stump. Is it real? The tales are true. We gain the golden goose. You'll love to see it. And, oops, did that refresh? Okay. Just updating the legendary locations command. Oh, but I need to update it better. Boom. So yeah, -1 inventory slot. But hey, it gets us crowns every day. So it's not only perks, but also entire builds. You would never build a bro as a sword lancer if you don't know that he'll hit 90+ melee attack and 120+ fatigue guaranteed. Otherwise, the build simply won't perform the role that it needs to. Other builds that are mostly based on using skills like a rotation shield don't need stats to do their job, so it's wasteful to use that on a good bro. Yeah, I think that's a good way of thinking about it. So, but yeah, I mean, Barbarian Chosen have 15 melee defense. So if you get up to 90 melee skill, then your spear bro will have a 95% chance to hold them off. And you may say, okay, the difference between a 90% chance for a spear to deflect a Chosen and 95% chance, what's the big deal? It's only 5% more. It is actually twice the expected amount of time that you'll keep them deflected, that you'll keep them away from you. It is the same value as the increasing rates of return of melee defense against enemies that have a hard time hitting you, where each point of melee defense is better than the previous. So spears act in that same way, where a lot of people, I think, don't know how to use spear bros effectively because they think, all right, the spear is an accuracy weapon, I want to give this to my lowest melee skill brothers, and then when the enemy just break through the spear wall very easily, they think, well, this build sucks. I think they're thinking about it wrong. If you want to use spear wall effectively, beyond just knowing the enemy AI, it is knowing when you can hit those breakpoints of incredible efficiency, and then they're just no problem. So, anyway. They'll break spear wall on the first hit anyway. I mean, sometimes they do, right? 1 in 20. Regardless, I still don't want to do this fight right now. Chosen can be a little bit dicey. And again, we're not to that threshold. Our bros just aren't as high quality. In a lot of my Winstreak runs, because we had the ability to get way more tempo than this squad and way stronger bros, I was doing, you know, clearing the snow of Chosen in the like day 40 to 60 range because we had left the south after Nomads gained dodge. Thanks for your TED Talk. Hey, you're welcome. Yeah, sometimes you gotta know when to hold them and know when to fold them. We don't need to take risky fights. Banner Bro min-rolled resolve on every level so far. Sad. It's not what you want. Alright, we'll head over to the Pillagers' Yurts. We've got lots of food, so we can kind of chill on this edge of the map, see what we find. Lots of reavers, some warhounds. Good. It'd be nice to get like 1 to 3 more stacks of the heavy javelins. We're gonna see how many of them pull out throwing weapons. Not that many so far. Very few. Huh, interesting. So, I think we are going to get some value from using spear bros to hold them off. Kind of want to try to blow this guy up. And then like 2 spear bros to hold him off on top. 1 on the bottom that we kind of rotate around a little bit. Yeah, I think that works for me. No! I did a dumb thing. How sad. How sad. I self-owned. Whoops. Well, isn't that funny? Too smart yet not smart enough. Yeah. Mostly the second one. But I appreciate the kind words. Let's just go for a stun on that guy. And I don't think I do anything with Misha Twitcher other than just stay right here. Alright, we made our little porcupine. Could I have another bro drop arrows for him? I guess, yeah. I mean, I could. It would be maybe a bit more orchestration. Like, by the time I pick it up, I think it won't be relevant anymore. You wish the game had more contracts where you had choices like the Barbarian Kings where he asks you to fight with them? Yeah, I think, honestly, that's some of the best writing in the game, too. Cover your ears when the dogs die. It's too sad. You could equip a quiver to all of your brothers. Yeah, I mean, we've got one on a lot of the brothers. The best writing in the game is hands down the Witch Hut. Oh man. I read that one out loud with voice acting, if you want to call it that. In the Beast Slayers run. A little rotation. Just a little, just a smidge. Whoa. Okay. Those two did not do what I expected. I thought for sure they'd engage on bottom. That was weird. That was weird. That was so weird. Why would he do that? Personally, like how the melon mugger is like 4 opportunities to feather and tar the guy before you get him. Yes. You know, let's move. Disconnect to there and let Battle Pasha get 2 attacks in. Wait on Misha Twitcher for just a moment. Kind of thinking about moving forward and just attacking this guy. I thought about it, then I did it. Okay. Still prevented that guy from getting an attack. So. Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. Hell yeah. Cool. They did almost nothing. I'm gonna try to dagger down this guy's armor. We like that armor. Believe it or not, even though you played Battle Brothers for years, you never did any of the legendary locations until you started watching my streams. Realized there was a lot of Battle Brothers content that you hadn't even interacted with until now, and I thank you for it. Broad Metal Luck too, that is great to hear. The legendary locations can be a lot of fun. So, hell yeah, wonderful. You're very welcome. 'Tis I that have the honor of just, you know, hearing another person doing some fun stuff, I guess. Maybe honor isn't the right word, but you know, still cool. Every time you watch Slurgy, you feel like we're playing completely different games? I have a weird playstyle. I got some quirks. We're not exactly a high-statted crew here. But we will dagger him down eventually. Alright, pretty clean. Ooh, look at all them tools. And we did get 2 of the hide and bone armors. Again, these are like the leather lamellar. They're the same defensive value, except these are pretty cool looking. So I might put back the 46% one. Stats are for the unskilled commander. Yeah, also, I mean, it feels good to style on the enemies with like high-statted brothers. But, okay, so we are going to, first things first, equip some quivers on our archers. All right, and then we've got this bundle of jabs. I guess we'll put that there. And do we want to put, oh, let's just straight up swap that shield. Maybe even swap these armors. Banner is overrated, rally is enough? Ooh, I kind of almost have the opposite opinion. What would our nimble percentage be? 66% nimble with this setup? Watching this run on YouTube, crazy challenge, finally got me live. Well, hey, Ash Gaming Tales. Glad you're here to join. That'll be fine. What's our current retinue and next one up? I'll show you in just a second. All right, Insane Killer 013. What do we take as our last perk here? I inspired you to start streaming your crazy challenge, so thanks for that. Had a blast today. Hey, that's great, Ash Gaming Tales. That's wonderful. Streaming is fun. I was talking about all my attempts of trying to do, before I streamed my Winstreak series, I talked about playing in that way on the Battle Brothers community Discord. And I've got to thank Gravebees for just saying, why don't you stream it? Streaming's fun. You should do it. And I was like, yeah, why don't I? So then I did. And he was right. It was fun. In most games, when you're failing a morale check, it's your fault that you failed to prevent that situation in the first place, and this game is no different? No. just don't get hit. It's something we say as a joke. I guess. I don't know. that's okay. I mean, that's a take. We say that as a joke. Well, no, I mean, we're trying not to get hit. That's true. Okay. Anyway, on this brother, I might just simply grab Fearsome as the final perk here. Fearsome's pretty good. And I'm going to grab Resolve. And again, to reiterate, even though I did just take Fearsome, we're taking Resolve because 47 is just a smidge lower than we'd like. I also totally could convince myself to take a 5 Fatigue, but that's all right. Just don't get hit by Backstabber, Fast Adaptation, Backliners. Yeah, just don't get hit. It's very fun yourself playing Darkest Dungeon, Deathless, Torchless, Hardest Difficulty. Ah, so I have no idea what the analog is like in a different game. But the same general types of principles as this type of challenge run could be, you know, I'm sure there's analogs in other types of roguelike run-based games. Yeah, Rally is a contingency against bad luck, a variable you can mitigate but can't outright control. Right, yeah. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, here's the deal. If you're playing with any sort of limitations, if you're not playing tryout mod or things like that, often you're gonna, if you're playing for tempo or if you're playing in a crazy challenge run, you're gonna end up with a brother who has good resolve but no other good stats that you wanna make good use out of. And in those cases, you make him a banner. And you equip the banner because you need so many more stats on the rest of your squad that you don't have the luxury of that. So to me, when I see people not playing with a banner, I think to myself that they are either playing inefficiently or poorly, or they are playing with like tryout mods or some things that make their, or really slowly or just inefficiently or whatever, like they're increasing their bro quality in some way that is not actually the normal gameplay loop. So, since I'm tools positive, do I want to repair the scale armor? Like the coat of scales here? If we get more tools positive than this, yes. For now, I think I'll hold off. 12 resolve across the entire party is so much stats for one weapon. Exactly, exactly. Like the way of thinking about it, right? So like Squigs here is gonna provide, you know, about 12 resolve, and that 12 resolve is added to the bro before Fortified Mind takes effect for any that have that. To me, it's like a no-brainer. This just provides so much value. Don't forget to equip quivers. Already did it, the Chaucer, but yes, thank you. And also the banner isn't that bad of a weapon. Exactly. People talk about how bad of a weapon the banner is, and like, yeah. I mean, it's a little bit worse than a pike, but it's not way worse. It's still fine. It still does okay damage. Not equipping the banner is kind of... if you're doing it, you're probably trying to be too clever in a way that's hurting yourself. You can see people play cultists with no banner, but that's about it. Yeah, I mean, there are certain yeah, that makes sense. Cultists with no banner would be fine. Okay, so this is our event that procced. So last event, day 73. I don't think we're gonna, again, try too hard to play around events, but... Any shinies found the stream? No. No shinies. It has been a no shiny stream. Oof. Okay. So we've got plenty of food right now. I say... let's go around and explore like this area, make our way south. Maybe we'll go around the mountain this way. Too clever, almost like dropping quivers and never re-equipping. Oh shit. Shots fired, called out, and I have no defense. It's true. It's true. Speaking of too clever, yeah. If the banner has 1 million fans, I am one of them. If the banner has 10 fans, I am one of them. If the banner has 1 fan, then it is me. If the banner has no fans, then I am no longer alive. If the world is against the banner, then I am against the world. Beautiful. I think I've seen that as a copy pasta before, right? Doesn't high resolve make you more likely to get good morale checks as well? Yeah, so if you're confident, all it does is increase your stats. Confident just gives you melee attack, ranged attack, melee defense, ranged defense, but it's still good. All right, this is a good camp for us. Good camp for us to bust, so let's do it. They've got a few marksmen. Honestly, I think the Sipars might be okay to leave out. Oops. I mean, I guess I could put the kite shields on. Let's do it. Oops. There we go. Wow, look at this little high ground we've got. That's cute. Their 2 marksmen have, well, 2 of the 3 have real crossbows. They've got a line of shields. All right, well, I'm glad I brought the kite shields, it turns out. It's over, Anakin. That's right. That's right. It's over, Anakin. I have the high ground. The prequel memes, they just keep on giving, you know? You're curious what I think the hardest group to fight in the game for you is 100% goblins? I mean, I don't know that there's a clear hardest like whole faction. They each have their own things they ask out of the company. I actually kind of feel like if you build a balanced company, then the answer is they should be pretty equal-ish. And if you struggle against one type of enemy, you either need to learn the tactics to fight them. There's nothing wrong with that. This is not like a critique, but you either need to learn the tactics to fight them or that you're not building your company successfully. I think your answer of goblins being the most difficult enemy to fight is a common one, and it's because people either don't want to equip kite shields, they hate anticipation, they never want to level range defense, and of course, then the most difficult fight in the game is going to be the one that specifically counters the way they've built their company. So, like, there's ways of making it so that goblins aren't that bad. Oh, look at that range. Look at that high ground. Oh, that's this hill. Incredible. It's definitely the lack of range defense. It's also just the sheer amount of lockdown they have. Oh, definitely. I'm not going to say the goblins are like an easy fight or anything. They're not. But there's a reason why they are the hardest for a lot of people. Yeah, Goblin City is definitely not an easy fight. The team's starting to feel a little bit strong, which is nice. Surely nothing can kill one now. Yeah, right, exactly. We're basically invulnerable. Slurgy pressed his streamer button for that high ground. Oh, definitely. Yeah, that one's definitely one of the this is streamer hill over here. Incredible. So let's see, do I want to dagger these guys down? Not this one, but this one. I think I do. You went to a toy store with your kids and you're now the proud owner of a yo-yo. Nostalgia be damned. Yo-yos are fun. There was a time period when I was younger that it was well established that all the cool kids in California were playing with yo-yos. I don't know how true that was. There was a lot of that back in the day, of like, kids in California are playing Pogs. We gotta play Pogs. Anyway, yo-yos were cool, and man, I got one of those like fancy yo-yos, and I learned a few tricks. They're neat. They're fun. It was true mid-90s? Okay, good. Because man, Midwestern youth, we were so insecure. We wanted to be cool like the Californians. We wanted it so bad. Yo-yo was a real thing in the mid-90s, can confirm? Okay, good. Finally! All these years later, I finally confirmed it. So did you ever play with a hacky sack? Yeah, hacky sacks were a similar kind of thing, right? But yes, I did. Alright, team's looking pretty good. We didn't really take much damage in that fight. Even more tools positive. You were a kid in California, you promised you were cool? I mean, yeah, no doubt. All the kids in California were cool. That's just like, that was accepted fact. Okay, I think we've got enough food that we don't need to, yeah, we're good. We don't need to find our way to a roadway. We've got enough stuff. Let's just keep carving this little section of map. Frisbee is sick. Ultimate Frisbee is a lot of fun. Yeah, I played Frisbee Golf this morning. Imagine being Californian and uncool. Impossible. Impossible. The Red Hot Chili Peppers would not have made that song if that was possible. Yeah, each surrounding enemy, so a unit in adjacent to another unit gives a +3 or -3 change to their resolve. Bababovich is saying something correct, but in general, Bababovich, I think I disagree with almost everything you're saying. You're saying some things that are correct, but again, to me it sounds like trying to be too clever for your own good in a way that's actually detrimental. Having a banner is a good thing. If you don't have a banner or don't need a banner, you're either playing too slowly or you're playing like a really long campaign with like Uber Bros, or you're playing, you know, I don't know, you're playing differently than I am. Or you're only taking easy fights, or, you know, there's a lot of ways I could describe what I think is happening, but the banner is good. Just being able to give 12 stats to your whole squad is a really big deal. Alright, we're just gonna blow up this enemy group in one round. That's the plan. Boo. Yeah, 12 is a whole level worth of stats on your whole squad. So, yeah, again, I insist. If you think playing without a banner is more efficient, I think you're trying too hard. You're outplaying yourself. In StarCraft Brood War, if you had a new strategy you thought was better, you proved it by winning and using it instead of playing theorycraft. 100%. I think that's one of the downsides, but also one of the upsides to a game like Battle Brothers is even if there was some sort of consensus on a particular way of playing the game that was like, you know, agreed upon, what is best will forever remain unknown because you can't pit two players against each other and quickly and, you know, repeatedly, and then the best strategies will percolate to the top. That doesn't happen here. Ooh, we got a paint set. Ooh, we like the paint set. We like the paint set. So the paint set lets us put our company's emblem on one of our shields. I feel like we want to put it on a kite shield. We want to shine our banner against goblins. Hell yeah. Sludgy, I think you're overstating that slightly. Banner resolve bonus is range restricted. I mean, that's true. That's true. That's true. Though most units are in range of the banner most of the battle. But it's not every single brother all the time. Yeah. We can't determine what is best, then what's the point of the brawls? It's now we wish we had the Booba banner. Oh man, Booba on the kite shield? That would be cool. Yeah, best is subjective in this game, which is, I think, a feature, not a bug. It's one of the things I like about Battle Brothers. Right, I have 3 or 4 spear barrels, you don't make a single one. Yeah, exactly. Ooh, okay, we found another legendary location. We have found the Sunken Library. So I'll go and update our command. Oh yeah, someone asked earlier about retinue. So we have the Lookout, the Cartographer, and the Scavenger. I think my plan long-term is that we're actually, once we get like a good amount of money built up, I'm actually going to replace the Cartographer with the Bounty Hunter, which is kind of wild. One of the things I'm planning on doing with seat number 4 is actually getting a retinue I almost never do, and that's the Cook. The idea there is that we can stay the very farthest from civilization where the highest famed item chance is, and just farm the crap out of that, sweeping back and forth. And then we won't have to worry about food. Because one of the things I found in Run 28, the run that showed us the way, was that without the Cook, I would make my way like to the far reaches of civilization after raiding a bunch of caravans. But then we always had to come back. Like we'd go out, but then we'd also have to come back because we ran out of food. It wasn't reliable to get strange meat in sufficient quantities to sustain the squad in a way that I didn't feel was risky. Loot quantities of, so only famed item chance, Firebat Bob, only famed item chance. You consider the Cook essential in pretty much all your campaigns? Oh, I rarely find it's necessary. But yeah, just famed chance goes up the further you get from civilization. But, well, not just famed chance, like there's certain, like, the Orc Sea of Tens camps, the big Goblin camps, those are also just going to spawn far from civilization as well. Yeah, camp size matters. I wonder if this connects. It looks like it does, okay. Yeah, I think if you buy high quality food in a normal run, you shouldn't need the cook to sustain long campaigns out in the wilderness. Not normally. In a run where you just want to farm famed, blacksmith, scav, cook and bounty hunter are all great. Yeah, we can't get the blacksmith because we can't unlock it. So unfortunately that one's not available to us. Yeah, HP regen buff is nice, but not that big of a deal, I don't think. All right, we're not going to use any ammo. This is a pretty trivial little fight. Oh, I just used ammo. Well, whatever. Yeah, cook is good for this type of challenge run, but in general, I'd say it's pretty weak. Yeah, that's my... That's kind of what I'm trying to say. Oh, disrespecting zone of control. Rude. Don't let my guard down? Yeah, I mean... Agreed. Overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer, etc., etc. This fight, I'm not too worried about, for obvious reasons. Some fancy rotation there. I know they were overcomplicating things a little bit. What two-handed axe is the best in your opinion? Not even really opinion, but if it's non-famed, the heavy rusty axe is going to be better hits to kill against almost every enemy. We'll grab that Sipar. So we should aim to the north? I mean, I'm not playing my whole game around getting the best two-handed axe, so no. But yeah, two-handed axe is gonna have the best hits to kill against almost every enemy. Whoa. Alps, go away. There's no benefit to us fighting Alps. Just HP damage for no reason. I guess there's not much downside either. We've got reach weapons. We could do it. Maybe I should. The only reason I'm thinking maybe we should is just purely to unlock the scout more quickly. Yeah, we don't take any armor damage. Yeah, let's do it. We've got enough, like, pikes and jagged pikes. We've got the reach weapons to do it. We'll just do it. Oops. Yeah, and these guys are fine. Sure. I'm being attacked. Excuse me. Okay, we're gonna let them all run to us first. and then we'll attack him. I do have to remember our stats are terrible. So we just don't want any particular bro to be able to be caught out. So we are going to have D and Dice, like, I don't know, scoot in a little bit. He's got reasonable hit points, I guess. Weirdly enough, we could dagger this guy, but we'll just pull him into here. Yeah, we didn't kill very many. So they're gonna do some damage here. Yeah, we didn't kill very many, also known as literally any. Right? I mean, none is also not very many. Okay, I think we're still okay for now. You could say it like we failed to kill any of them for now. I mean, I could. But then that would be like admitting defeat, you know? Oh, let's wake up this guy. Dogs could help. We only have one. We got warrior. Loud sound to wake people up. There we go. We don't actually really care about how many we kill. We're not gonna loot any of the result of this. The beast parts do nothing for us. Alright, so we're gonna get Insane Killer in a different spot. We're gonna have him change where he's standing. Or we have someone move, like, in place. Like, Aesthetic Gabe would be good. That'd be fine. There we go. Now some of them are fallen. So we'll just move someone in place of where Insane Killer is. Like outside of him. You know, I don't think Bababababovich is trolling, because I have seen many screenshots of players playing without banners, and people who have mentioned that on Reddit specifically, of playing without banners, and they think it's fine and correct. Let's see, anyone I want to rotate? D&I still has his turn, right? Yeah, he's got all 9 AP. We don't have to rotate him. We'll just move to here to put like Misha Twitcher on the outside. Yeah, if you manage to get yourself a team of Giga Chads, there's plenty of mechanics you can ignore. 100%. If you get a whole team of Giga Chads, lots of conventional wisdom doesn't apply to you because it doesn't need to. Alright, let's get Battle Pashi in a better spot. We're gonna let him go next, and then we'll tuck him in, surround him. So yeah, we'll send him here. Now we'll leave Insane Killer right where he is. And once they're below 35% fighting strength, they will run away. So there they go. And we'll just let them go. Slurgy, there's a reading above. Oh, great. Oh, on the topic of banners, how incredibly topical, Falsers. How incredibly topical. Perfect. Brothers, let us consult the scriptures for this disagreement. Always a wise choice. I point you to the book of company standards, verses 3-5. Raise high the banner, for it is not cloth, but covenant. Oh. It is the flame that does not dim, the will made visible. When the line breaks, let the banner stand. When brothers fall, let the banner rise. And where the banner flies, the run yet speaks. And in its shadow, no fear shall live. Thank you, Father Falsers. We should be consulting the scripture for such a disagreement. If we do not trust the book which guides us, what direction do we have? Thank you. All right, in any normal run, this would be like some nice plus resolve trinkets. And we're just gonna leave it all behind because none of this does anything for us. So we're gonna re-equip the squad. I'll just put Sipars on all these bros. Something like this. This may not be exactly where I left it, but I think this basically works. And we did, you know, we took some HP damage. But that's alright. Hate to see loot left behind. I know, right? I know. But we got ourselves a beast fight. Let's take out these overgrown foundations. Now this could be Ancient Dead. So if it is Ancient Dead, we should plan accordingly. We should make sure we're at least ready to fight Ancient Dead. And so what I'm going to do is on our Spear Bros, we're going to empty their pockets and put in its place either the two-handed skull hammer or the two-handed spiked mace. Let's just go with spiked mace. And I think everyone else is fine. We could equip the heavy throwing axes. I guess we'll do that. Again, because this could be Ancient Dead, basically. How much renown do we need for the next retinue? A little bit. The fourth one is slow. Should we wait to be fully healed? No. We're not gonna wait for that. It is Ancient Dead. Okay, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I drank that water real fast. I'll be back in just a second. Alright, I am back. Alright, so it's Ancient Dead. They've got a whole line of fully formed pikes, which is too bad. So we're going to equip these weapons here as we back up. Yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, I also am interested in people who have contrarian opinions on this game, and it is an opportunity to learn. It absolutely is. I agree with Rufin conceptually, and I say this mostly because I feel like I found myself in a similar position where before I started streaming, I would see people talk about how ineffective spears were and you shouldn't build them past day number X in a game. You know, they're just an early game tempo weapon, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, well, that's not true. And I know that's not true, but you know, I got no way to prove it, so it is what it is. And then I started streaming and I'm like, all right, I'm gonna show that this is effective. So I've got a little bit of like, you know, I don't know. A chip on my shoulder or whatever. But not using a banner. Does this mean you're open to building a flank hammer, bro? I mean, we all have our limits. If I cared, brother, you've been arguing your heresies for more than an hour. It's true. He has been. All right. Unfortunately, we're out of ammo there. Yeah, we're gonna get ka-chonked here a little bit. I wonder if we can... No, that probably still isn't lethal. Aesthetic Gabe I did give Duelist, right? No, I'm going to, but I haven't yet. Your tactic in Battle Brothers is reloading because you are but a man who makes many mistakes and don't brain good sometimes. Sometimes that's how it happens. Braining is hard. Just wrapped up another Battle Brothers campaign and you've come to the conclusion that Iron Man mode is not for you. Maybe the conclusion should be, Aggie 5857, it is that it is not for you yet. You can get there. Everyone can. It just takes some time and some patience. If you have at least some of each, you can get there. That much I am confident in. Maybe I didn't want that knockback, actually. Okay. When your friend showed you this game, you got instantly went the hardest settings. You spent weeks dying to everything. Honestly, last day in Japan, I did the exact same thing. My first experience playing Battle Brothers, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna put it on the hardest settings possible. And I also did Iron Man, and believe me, it was just rapid fire failure. I kind of wish I could be a fly on the wall for my very first like successful campaign, because I remember it. Oh, that'd be so fun. Good times. I picked like, you know, I picked bullseye on everyone, or on all my archers, and of course I had many archers, because I like ranged attacks. So. Simpler times. Where's that other dagger? Oh, there apparently. And did I re-equip anyone else? I don't think so. It was just the Spear Bros. You got 2.2k hours and you still Alt F4 Iron Man. Love the game. When starting out before all the expansions, Spearwall felt natural all the time. Underdog on everybody, not ranged. I think one of the problems is there's a tendency for players to desire a simplification in this game that will only get in their own way. Underdog on everyone is one that stands out to me. Underdog is a good perk on some brothers, but the more brothers you have with Underdog, the worse it gets. The same thing applies to Berserk. Berserk is a fine perk. The more brothers you have with Berserk, the worse it is. You should be playing in a way where you're letting certain brothers get surrounded because someone's got to, and those brothers should have Underdog, and you should be playing in a way where other brothers are taking Berserk or something. You know, there are other ways of doing it, but Berserk's like a good example where you can, you know, get the killing blow, and you should be setting up your combat to enable that. And if you don't, then it is a tactics and strategy problem, and you just need to slow down, think about what you're doing in each fight, and make it happen. Fearsome's just a great perk. So, like, but you don't need Fearsome on everyone. But Fearsome on a lot of bros is good. We've got Fearsome on a decent number, and we're gonna get Fearsome on just a few more by the end of it. Your 7-year-old says hello. He heard you mention my name. Well, hello, Aggie's 7-year-old. May your future remain bright. Oh yeah, that was the thing I was gonna switch. The ranged weapons. Quivers are looking a little bit sad. Let's go ahead and swap this one. And probably this one as well. Bob casually explaining why the banner is good after calling it bad. He did. I don't know. Also, the statements about the Spetum also tell me he doesn't... He's either trolling or not looking at the mechanics. Especially since he stated a number wrong of 5% less chance to hit. Wrong. Try 15. Ooh, now 5 hyenas, that's another easy beast fight. So, I mean, eventually, like, follower number 5, I do still want the scout. 5 hyenas is a nice, easy one. Alright, so we got a couple of them are frenzied. I guess we'll move this way. They try so hard to get like a big flank. They're so funny. So everyone got Fatigue, Zerk, Frenzy, and Underdog. Sins gets it. Just take those good perks on everyone and you can't fail. Duh. Duh. I was hoping this hex would be juicy enough that one of them would want to take it. Whoops. Alright, I didn't exactly do this fight super clean. Ends up being fine, but was not clean. Student Brawny rotation opener on everyone. What could go wrong? What could go wrong? And sadly, all of these crafting materials we will simply leave behind. A tragedy, but one we accept. All right, so we got like a a real nomad fight. Our first one. It's not like a super real fight, but it's like a mildly real fight. Some nomad archers. We could wait for nighttime. We've also got, you know, a few ranged bros of our own. It's almost night, so we'll wait the tiny bit of time for it. It's real to them? Oh, it's gonna be real. Really real? Anyway, yeah, we'll wait just the hot minute here. I think that's okay. There we go. And so I think, given that it's nighttime, we'll just leave the Sipars here. Okay. Ubaid, the thief of the sands. He's got a fancy curved sword. He's got a very fancy curved sword. So let's see what their archers do. I don't think they'll be in range / able to see us till they push forward. Yeah, which might make them push forward into me. So if there are 14 enemies, and there's at least 7 here, makes me kind of tempted to run up and just chunk this guy. We can put the Chaucer here. I don't know exactly where they all are, is the thing that's slightly awkward here. I guess I could put Disco Nick here and then the Chaucer there. I think that's alright. Let's do that. I could rotate Boilerplate forward and let him spear wall here. I think I like that spot for a spear walling. This battle's got a weird start to it. So, we haven't really set up much for range defense, which I think is okay. I haven't given them like a really clean spot to attack. It'll probably be here. I don't know, actually I guess they're kind of far away. It might just be here. I don't know for sure. Okay, over the box. Fancy scimitar is called a shamshir. Yes, the old shamshir. The old shim-sham, the sham-wow. Did Billy Mays do the ShamWow? I think so. I think so. Injure unholds with the Shamshir. One of the more beautiful novelties you can manage to do in this game. Injuring an unhold. Even better, injure a lindworm. Let's see where this guy goes before we decide what to do there. And we'll wait here too. I do want to make sure they don't loop around and get on top of D and Dice and Falsers. Billy Mays did it, was the slap chop guy? Oh, really? Huh. Crazy. One moment, gotta respond to a text. So yeah, I'm deciding if I want to take a step forward attack and then back up with D and Dice or not. Maybe shouldn't have done that, but I did. And Misha Twitcher, maybe. Could just send all the way up here, but that seems kind of weak. Maybe down here. Maybe I want Misha Twitcher down, ready to help in that little area of the battlefield. I think that's okay. Surgy cat jam emote when? Cat jamming right now? As you should be. I tried to make one, but my GIF maker tool was really, really bad. And then I just stopped. So I think what I'd like... We're gonna wait there for just a second. And we're gonna rotate. We're gonna put Misha Twitcher there. Nice defensive brother. I'm thinking about pushing forward and getting on top of these archers since they move down here on this turn. This is a weird fight. Yeah, it's a little goofy. Them having dodge and my melee skill being, you know, terrible is playing a big part in making this fight weird. And I'm gonna leave this guy here. I'm not gonna finish him off on purpose. Front shield outlaw tanks so much? Yeah, right. And let's get the Chaucer back on this Nomad Archer. And he can deal with these two all by himself. It might take forever, but they'll never kill him. Okay, we'll wait there. Wait here. Here, I guess we'll go forward and attack, but yeah. Colossus and Gifted are very good. Pretty much 1 and 2 for almost every brother that will ever be recruited. Yeah, I think that's a fine way to do it. I don't think that's a problem. Colossus and Gifted are both such good perks that if you took them on nearly every brother, that would be fine. We'll go here and wait, and then we'll probably move him back. So yeah, let's make sure he doesn't get away. Just go there. Soji, can you talk about the Logic Bind Gifted being as good as it is? You've always felt cautious to take it because you felt like you were losing a level in exchange for very temporary tempo. So I think Gifted, the reason Gifted is good is one, it's like non-conditional, like it's the stats are always welcome. I don't think you should pick Gifted on like every brother, but I think one of the things that is true about this game is that melee defense gives increasing rates of return for each subsequent point of melee defense. So any brother where melee defense is a good stat, which is like at least half your team, it provides value that's really hard to beat with any other perk. That's kind of the main thrust behind it. It's not like a terribly complicated or in-depth answer, except that it's just good. 9 lives is another perk every bro could have and not be wrong. Yeah, yep. 9 lives is very strong. Oof. Big attack there. The Mallet Slam. So we'll let D and Dice attack first, and then we'll see what we want to do. This battle remains weird. They're trying so hard to flank to get to Falsers and Curse Word. So hard that they're willing to not participate in the battle for an extended period of time. So the main thing, we just need to make sure that D and Dice, you know, we either engage these two nerds or we rotate him or something. But we're gonna let him take his turn first. Just because I want to get those juicy attacks in. So I think the solution is going to be, well, it depends on if Battle Poshy can get a resolve check there. So we'll move Squigs like here. All right, so that lets Insane Killer be free to rotate. Oh, now we don't even need to? Cool. That's kind of what I was waiting on. If we needed to get Insane Killer back and rotate, but now we don't need to. We still can go this way though. We could try to dagger this guy down for his body armor. I don't know that I'm probably going to though. Yeah, I like the way Rufin puts it. Without 9 lives, you have to start saving brothers much earlier, wasting turns with rescue operations. That's so true. That's so true. That's a really good way of putting it. Like, there's a lot of situations early in the run too, where I'm like, okay, I know a brother can't die, even if they're like low on hit points, if I move them into a certain hex, and I want to move them there because I want to do something, but I know they cannot die the next turn. That gives me so many more strategic options. It opens up the battlefield. It gives me choices. And that's huge. It's a really big deal. %, chance to hit. Let's see if we can get that a little higher. In a challenge run environment, for sure, 9 lives is going to be very good. I mean, it's good even without that. Challenge run just pushes the needs to the extreme. See, I don't know, random dude lurking in chat. They may be getting trolled, but I think the statements are genuine. And as you can see, we did not, in fact, dagger this guy down. We turned his armor into tools. Yeah, playing good is subjective. That's true. That's true. But I think 9 lives is pretty good no matter what your objectives are. So. The Chouster's got a good point though. We want to keep chat friendly. If you think somebody's here simply to disrupt the peace, you can just ignore them. So. I think that is true. Okay. So we got the Shamshir. This is a pretty good little curved sword. We like that. We like Shamshirs here. Let's see, what can I leave behind? We can leave behind some of the nearly broken shields. We're gonna take a nearly full quiver of arrows. I think we're done with a regular flail or 3-headed flail. I don't think we need those. What else? We found utility in a lot of these items. Yeah, the heavy throwing axes, even though they're empty, I'm going to keep them. Let's just grab this stuff. Why keep the loot? Well, because it's our, we have to keep ourselves entertained at night. And look at this. At this point, I feel obligated to keep the Jester's hat and the loot. They just feel like they've been here, and I'm emotionally attached to them. Strategically, perhaps it is foolish, but I just want them. All right, so we're gonna swap a few armors. So we're gonna swap maybe this setup. Let's just do like this. This one's fine. This one's good enough. These are all fine. This one, just replace straight away. We go into the Kraken with the Jester's hat and the loot. Oh man, the thing is, so for the Kraken fight, we can walk into that fight with the Jester's hat. And in fact, don't let me forget, we will enter the fight against the Kraken with the Jester's hat equipped. It shall be. Okay. Slurgy is in this word streamer phase, attracting the oddest trolls. Maybe. Add it as a long-term goal. No, I don't want to pollute the short-term goal on screen. Okay, and final perk for Disco Nick. I've mentioned it previously. As goofy as it sounds, these bros are going to be multi-purpose for different loadouts, different fights. We're clicking this button. Boom. There it is. The value it provides now is very, very minimal with this setup. That's okay. And I think I want resolve. 45 is too low for a spear bro. We want this to be much higher. And in fact, in our veteran levels, we are largely going to be taking resolve. I'll probably take one single roll of hit points in the first veteran level, just because it pulls double duty. It can get us up to 80 from 78. But for now, we're going to be sticking to resolve. So I'm, first veteran level is probably going to be hit points. All the ones after that are just going to be resolve. 85 melee, dude's a monster. Oh, absolutely. This is the highest melee skill on the team. I guess Lost Guardian will get close, but imagine 85 melee being the best we can do in a normal run. I mean, he rolled well. This bro is good. So for all the, you know, low bro quality complaints I have, which are valid, this bro is good. This bro is good. Hell yeah. Thank you, the Chaucer. Now, unfortunately, we won't be able to use the loot as a weapon. Oh, but we can put it on our tank. Oh no, it's a two-handed weapon. Well, whatever. So anyway, I think this is a good place to call it for the evening. I was actually, the text I was replying to earlier was my wife saying, "What's our plan for dinner? I'm hungry." She's right. All right, so I'm going to send you guys over to... We were just talking about HOTS streamers, and I was talking about him earlier. So we'll go and raid our pal Grubby. I mean, pal. I have met him. He's a nice guy. But anyway, we are but a drop in the bucket. Will I stream on Monday? Probably not. So Monday there will be no stream. I'm going to be watching some kiddos, and the stream schedule the rest of the week is still up in the air, but I will keep everyone up to date on the Discord. So until then, wherever you are in the world, I hope you make it a great one. This is The Run. Ta-ta.